Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 1, 2025 board meeting of the Halton District School Board. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guests, both in person and online. We will start with the roll call. Vice Chair Oliver.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Ahmed will be joining us a little bit late, but he will be here. Trustee Amos.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Baxter.
Good evening.
Trustee Bryden.
Good evening.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I'm here.
Trustee Gray.
Hello.
Trustee Rocha.
Here.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Good evening.
And Trustee Zhang.
Good evening.
Student Trustee Ho.
Good evening.
And Student Trustee Ochu.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. Director Ennis, would you please let us know which staff are in attendance this evening?
Good evening, Chair Collard, and good evening, everyone. We have a full complement of staff here this evening to support the meeting.
Tonight, Trustee Ho will be honoring the land.
We begin by acknowledging the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that provides us with life. This land upon which HDSB is situated is on the ancestral treaty and title lands of the Anishinaabeg Ojibwe Mississauga Nation, now known as the Mississaugas of the Credit. Mississauga territory in the past and present continue to host both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. The HSB is committed to continuous knowledge building with respect to actions that address and resolve the ongoing impacts of colonialism. We do this by learning and understanding the true history, treaty obligations, duties and responsibilities, and Indigenous rights while actively maintaining mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respecting and caring for the land.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ho. We are now up to item 1.3, approval of the agenda. Trustee Baxter, would you make a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, please.
Trustee Rocha, would you second that motion?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest for this evening's meeting? Seeing none, we are now up to delegations presentations to the board, and I will pass the gavel to Trustees Gray and Shuttleworth, the co-chairs of the Inspire Awards, to preside over this evening's awards.
Good evening, everyone. So, as you all know, at the beginning of each board meeting, we, the trustees at the board, usually take a moment to honor those unsung heroes who give so much back to our board, really without even thinking about it. Now, we don't have any to present tonight at the board table, but that doesn't mean we don't have any here. There are a few this month that will be asking or have asked to have their presentations at their school. But because we don't have anybody here tonight, I want to take this moment for you all to think about, do you know someone who goes above and beyond to celebrate the students or staff at the Halton District School Board? I hear it all the time when I'm walking around the community, how great this crossing guard is, or how wonderful this teacher is at enriching their students' lives. So I hear all these stories, so I really want you to think, how can we celebrate these people? So think about how you can nominate people for the Inspire Award to celebrate those people who make that difference, whether it's through their kindness, their leadership, or their unwavering dedication. Help us at the board shine the light on those who inspire all of us. Nominate someone today and celebrate those everyday heroes who make our schools and communities stronger. You can find the nomination form on the HDSB website to submit a nomination. Before we go, I would just like to draw attention to the 4 nominees who were successful in getting the award for this month. We have Kelly Boomer, who is from Tecumseh Public School. We have Dana Cargill from Chris Hatfield Public School. Susan Hughes from Craig Kilberger Secondary School, and Karen Montgomery from New Central Public School. So congratulations to these winners, and we look forward to hearing about so many more next month. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Trustee Shuttleworth. That was really inspiring, and I hope will inspire people to nominate others for an Inspire Award. How many times can I say inspire in one sentence? Okay, moving along, we have 2.2, the Student Trustee Report. Student Trustees Ochu and Ho, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, staff, superintendents, and trustees. I'm Trustee Ochu,
And I'm Trustee Ho.
and today we're bringing you the Student Trustee Report for the April 1st board meeting.
On March 19th, Trustee Ochu and I held our March monthly Student Senate meeting in person, which lasted from 5 to 7 p.m. This shorter and earlier time change was to respect students practicing Ramadan who needed to get home earlier. This meeting's theme was accessibility and equitable education. And this Senate meeting featured Mark Clare as our guest speaker, where he spoke to the student senators about the Halton Learning Foundation and how to get prepared for HLF month this April, to a warm reception from our senators. After Mark's engaging discussion, the senators got into their subcommittees and worked hard on their separate initiatives.
On March 20th, just a day after the Senate meeting, Trustee Ho and I held our second Junior Council meeting virtually from 7 o'clock to 8:30 p.m. The Junior Council learned about the Student Senate in preparation for the next school year, and Mark Clare was there as a guest speaker who gave the Junior Council a riveting discussion on HLF month. The Junior Council then spent the rest of the meeting brainstorming ways to fundraise for HLF month in their schools. Trustee Ho and I can confidently say that this month of April will be great for the Student Senate and the Junior Council.
Trustee Ochu and I are extremely happy to announce that we have gone forward with the external Student Senate subcommittee applications, where students not a part of the Student Senate were able to apply to the Student Senate subcommittees. Trustee Ochu and I have sent out acceptance letters and have begun onboarding external Senate representatives to the Student Senate.
On March 24th, Trustee Ho and I, as well as our trustee mentors, Chair Collard and Vice Chair Oliver, consulted with Tammy Hardwick to discuss how Indigenous rights and how the Indigenous Rights and Education Subcommittee can work towards their initiatives while respecting Indigenous culture and students. We are extremely grateful to Ms. Hardwick for meeting with us and setting the Center on the right path towards forging stronger bonds with our Indigenous students.
Later on, for March 24th, Trustee Ochu and I and our trustee mentors met with the Student Senate School Naming Committee representative, Tamara, to onboard her to the committee in preparation for their first meeting.
This past month has been incredible for the Student Senate, the Junior Council, and the external Student Senate representatives.
This concludes our Student Trustee Report for April 1st, 2025's board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments for our student trustees this evening? Seeing none, thank you very much for bringing forth your presentation, your report tonight. You've always inspired us. Again, I'm saying inspire. I guess it's the word of the night. Your commitment to students has been admirable so far this year. Really, very, very good. Thank you. We now come to 3.4 presentations and welcome Mark Clare from the Halton Learning Foundations to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Trustee Ochu and Trustee Howe for your tremendous support with connection to the Student Senate and the Junior Council as well. So thank you for that kind opportunity. Many of you are very familiar with Halton Learning Foundation and appreciate that. How do I do where's the slideshow part for this one? Top right corner. Right there? slideshow. Fantastic, thank you. And so I guess the nature of my request to speak tonight is certainly to connect with the people that are present, but also to the people who are maybe watching from home. And highlighting what HLF is all about, but also the important initiative for HLF Month that we are have just launched tonight with a wonderful flag raising ceremony here at the JWS Education Center. So as we get started here, I want to share a story about a beautiful pink winter coat. I know some of you have heard the story before. Back in December, I received an email from a school teacher, high school teacher, and he was calling to thank us for the support that we provided. It was an email that he outlined a student in his class, and he teaches students who have special needs. And she was coming to school in December. She was cold. Her coat wasn't suitable. It was too small. The zipper was broken. It was torn. So he applied to the Halton Learning Foundation on behalf of this student. And of course, we provided a gift card so the family could purchase a coat. And he said she came to school and she was warm and she was proud. And he was very thankful for that. And that got me to thinking that, we need more beautiful pink winter coat moments where kids are feeling included, they're feeling cared for, their basic necessities are being met, and they're feeling proud. And that's really what Halton Learning Foundation is all about, is helping students to feel included with their journey of learning. This year has been exceptional as far as the number of students. Already, this data is out of date. Today, we surpassed 2,600 students that we have so far this school year. That's about 500 more than all of last year, the same time last year. And so we are projecting about 3,600 students this year. So we rely on the generosity of the community, we rely on donations from the community. So we are calling on the community to help us meet that need. And good news is HLF Month is here, and really it's a month to encourage community members to do something to support HLF. Maybe it's a bake sale, maybe it's a simple as putting up a poster in your business. Lots of schools are reaching out saying they're doing all sorts of great things for us this month, so it's amazing. The other great news is that CN Rail has come on board as our presenting sponsor, and as part of that sponsorship, they are matching all donations up to $25,000 in total, which is an amazing opportunity. So big thank you to CN. Here are some examples of some of the things that schools did last year, and something for schools and the community members to consider for this year. Lots of fun, creative ways. People can choose the activity, they can choose the timing, and it's a great way to be creative and have fun. So this is from last year. So Director Ennis was kind enough to do a four-square challenge with the trustees and the senior staff last year, and he has extended that same challenge for this year, which is wonderful. It was a lot of fun last year, so thank you, Director Ennis, for that challenge. I decided to do a 100-kilometer bike ride last year. Tour to Halton. I rode my bike from Acton to Georgetown, Milton, Oakville, and Burlington, and stopped at some schools along the way. And the picture showed here is from Charles Baudouin, and created lots of awareness, raised lots of funds. So I'm going to do that again this year on April 24th. If you know somebody who is interested in joining me on that 100-kilometer plus bike ride, please ask them to reach out to me, and I can touch base with them on that. HLF Month, there's all sorts of resources on our website. A donate button, how do I create a fundraising team? Think about like a walkathon, runathon kind of format. There's a teacher toolkit, a community member toolkit with all sorts of great ideas on there. If you have newsletters, there's potential content for your newsletters. There's availability for people to order banners or posters. If you want to post stuff on social media, there's a HLF Month visuals. There's also the opportunity to purchase Students in the Spotlight tickets. So Students in the Spotlight is a live performance of the wonderful talent that we have here in the Halton District School Board. We had 130 auditions this year, video auditions. We had a really hard time narrowing that down. So we'll have, I think it's about 18 or 19 acts we'll be performing live on stage. Elementary students, secondary students, from all regions, musical, dance, spoken word, choirs. There's all sorts of great talents. It's going to be an amazing event. Tickets are very affordable at only $25 for an adult, $10 for a student. And so, again, HLF Month is about creating these beautiful pink winter coat moments. Again, where kids are feeling included, they're feeling cared for, their basic necessities are being met, and they're feeling proud. And so we invite you, we invite the community to be part of HLF Month so that we can help create more beautiful pink coat moments. And that's my presentation. Are there any questions?
Looking for anyone who has a question or a comment. Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you very much. One of the things that I have come to know about the HLF is that they've never, ever said no to a request for financial resources, funding, equipment, supplies, even with our schools and some of their needs. And I think it's quite notable that this year, as we see from the graphic information, that the ask is growing and possibly through to the spring, maybe exponentially, as we face difficult and different times in our communities. But I just want to say thank you very much for your leadership, Mark, in rallying the troops and getting everyone excited about this, because this HLF month of giving is not just about giving, it's about creating that awareness so that people are totally familiar with and aware of what's going on in our own communities. And I think that that's a great achievement. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Gray. I think you spoke on behalf of us very, very well. Thank you so much, Mark, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity.
I'm sorry.
Have a great.
I'm sorry. I've got another one.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Trustee Oshu.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Mark, I know quite a few students who are very passionate about HLF and very interested. I'm wondering what is the best way that they can sort of join the cause and work towards an incredible HLF month.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, yeah, a lot of really passionate students out there that have already approached us. Many students are planning something in their school community, which is amazing. We also have this Friday we have a poster crew. We've already have a dozen students that have approached us to be involved, and so essentially we are focusing on some downtown communities, downtown Oakville, downtown Burlington, Georgetown, and Milton. And we are asking students to volunteer and help to distribute posters, HLF Month posters, to some of those businesses in those downtown areas. And so we are looking for some more volunteers in those communities. Hopefully, we have quite a number of volunteers already, but we're looking for more volunteers in Burlington, Milton, and Georgetown.
Thank you very much. And this time, there are no other speakers on the speakers list. So I will thank you very much and have a great evening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is Section 4, Consent Agenda. For approval, we have the Halton District School Board minutes from our meeting on March 4th, 2025. And for receipt, we have the following items: the approved minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting February 18th, outstanding action items, board report schedule, policy and governance procedure review schedule, quarterly capital update, energy and greenhouse gas usage report, suspension expulsion report, and 2 items of correspondence to the board. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the consent agenda and receive the information items for April 1st, 2025. Trustee Shuttleworth, would you make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I will.
Trustee Amos, would you second this motion?
Yes, I will.
Are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion? Trustee Bryden.
The energy and greenhouse gas usage report, please.
Okay, and Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you. I would like the same report as Trustee Bryden has asked for, but also the report number 25029, the staff board report schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first up, the energy and greenhouse gas usage report, and you can please ask your question, Robbie.
Thank you. I'm delighted to see this report again back this year. It is a wonderful, detailed perspective on where we're at, and that we continue to show a downward trend in our energy intensity and greenhouse gas usage. My questions are, one, what could we do to accelerate this trend? It is a fairly gradual one right now. And two, there's a fair bit of variation year to year at the school level. And when the two things that stand out are schools that have persistently high greenhouse gas intensity usage and schools that have exceptionally high usage. Frontenac in this report stands out. And so I guess my question to our facilities team is, how do we use this to target interventions for maximal effect to potentially bring down some of those outlying high intensity physical plants?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I do think you will continue to see, as we've articulated in our energy conservation and demand management plan, that with upgrades to equipment and building envelope over the years, we will continue to increase the efficiency of our schools through natural efficiency upgrades with boilers and HVAC equipment and building fenestration. So through our capital renewal program, we continue to make these upgrades. In terms of how to accelerate, certainly Trustee Gray would be aware that there are some communities that are proposing that we get off of gas and as such start to rely on non-traditional energy sources for our region. So we are looking at that certainly for Halton Hills, the opportunity to either rely on geothermal, which would significantly reduce our carbon input if we make a transfer from natural gas. But beyond that, I do think we need to continue to advocate and leverage our government funding to support these efforts and these initiatives. We do have a few schools with solar panels, which helps to offset and other renewable sources of energy. Operationally, we've added a lot of equipment. I reported to the board a few months ago about the increase of mechanical equipment within our schools that include things like HEPA filtration units, in addition to adding air conditioning to schools. So that actually increases our utility consumption. But I'm still optimistic that we can continue to drive these increases down. Of note is the post-pandemic reality of HVAC equipment operation still sits with us. So as opposed to operating 8 hours a day for a traditional school day, we're still doing a 2-hour pre-flush and post-flush of the building, operating our HVAC units. So almost 50% longer on a typical day. That doesn't account for rental usage. So we continue to see these ebbs and flows, and then certainly weather makes a significant impact. So as we experience climate change, that can impact positively or negatively depending on the weather that we experience. In terms of our schools with, I'll say, exceptional energy consumption, that was part of the intent of bringing this forward, was to start to compare our schools on a similar baseline so that we could see which schools and facilities were using more utilities than others. And in the case of Frontenac, that is a school that is due for a building automation system upgrade. And I'm certain that in schools that we've made renovations to, we've probably manipulated those systems, and some schools could stand to have a recommissioning of their building mechanical assessment, building their mechanical systems, do a recommissioning to help find those efficiencies and reset back to what the baseline parameters would have been before human intervention. So all that to say, I am optimistic that we can continue to drive our consumption down, and certainly we do have schools that still need upgrades, not only of their mechanical systems, but the building envelope as a whole. And we need to contemplate how we operate those facilities and ensure that we close doors and windows to help manage our utility costs. I hope that answers your question.
Quick follow-up. The additional hours of operation of HVAC, is that a board decision or a provincial directive?
Through the chairperson, that's still a ministry directive. They have not provided any guidance to allow us to go back to normal operations.
Thank you. And Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you through the chair. The superintendent has actually answered some of the questions that I had, but I couldn't help, I really looked at the 2.12, page 16 of the report, where it talked about the great results for Rattlesnake as far as the EUI, which is the energy use intensity and the greenhouse gas reduction. And I couldn't help but notice that it was attributed to the fact that there's a heat pump design in the school. And the report talks about some of our schools that have that, and I'm excited because up in Georgetown, there's Vision Georgetown coming soon, and we will have a number of schools, hopefully, when we get approval, being built up in that area. My question is this. Do we ever make a business case for the design in our capital grants when we are applying for funding for schools that would either talk to heat pumps or talk to the cost of photovoltaic solar arrays, which we have in 7 of our schools right now? Do we make that part of our business case when we are seeking funding? And what could we do to move in that direction?
Thanks for the question through the chair. I would say certainly for heat pumps, we do make that business case. That is a standard in Halton District School Boards that we employ the use of heat pumps in our schools. So that is one of our base building design blocks for mechanical systems. In my experience, I have not yet made a business case submission that starts to articulate the use of non-traditional, so a geothermal or solar or off-grid system, but certainly we are doing the studies right now and contemplating bringing something forward in the sustainability report to this Board of Trustees that explains what we are looking at in Halton Hills. That would be a system that is not reliant on natural gas, because that puts some onus on us in terms of our design and what we need to tie into. Right now, in Halton Hills, it's a little uncertain what those conditions may look like, whether there would be a district energy system that we can tie into, which would likely be my preference if I were asked, versus constructing our own, because that would rely on, putting in a geothermal system, for example, underneath our parking lot or underneath our school field, and rely on us to operate it and maintain it. So certainly if there is a district solution, and we could partner with others to help offset the capital cost, that might be also more favorably received by the ministry as they look to, I'm sure, contain their costs as well for capital construction.
And your question regarding the board reports.
Yes, thank you. That's report number 25029, the staff board report schedule. I was going to just ask the question about whether at some time, and maybe I missed it, but on that board report schedule, we would see a report coming to us about the retention and attraction of students. I think we have a committee studying that right now, and I'm wondering if we would see a report coming our way.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Gray. Yes, through the chair, we will be bringing some information in June, because that way we'll be able to give you the most possible information in terms of the progress of the committee.
Thank you. And seeing no further speakers, are there any objections to approving the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Moving on to our action ratification items for this evening. 4.1 or 5.1.1, identification of community planning and partnership opportunities, report 25034, submitted by Superintendent Gaudette. And I will read the motion. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the list of schools for community partnerships and that staff be directed to notify community partners of opportunities for sharing space and undertake the annual community planning and partnership meeting. Trustee Daniele, would you move this motion?
Yes, I will.
Trustee Zhang, would you second this motion?
Yes, please.
Superintendent Gaudette, I see you have Manager Thibault at the speaker's desk, so I will ask Manager Thibault, would you like to speak to this report?
Through Madam Chair and to trustees, this evening we're presenting our annual CPPG report. I'll let you review the information within, but the Coles notes are we have a number of elementary schools that we do have some space available, so we'll be presenting those. We did look at secondary school spaces, but given some of the challenges we're having in other program deliveries and or board needs, I figure we'll maybe reserve those spaces for things that we may need first, just because they're a little bit more harder to contain anyways. Same thing with the elementary ones as well. Like we'll review those on a case-by-case basis as expressions of interest are provided by the community and see if they're a good fit, and if so, then we'll continue the typical process. So I present to you this evening the updated list. The appendices have all the information with regards to both spaces that are available, future schools that are on the capital priorities program for the next 15 years, as well as our existing board partnerships that we're currently engaged in. Happy to take any questions with regards to the report before you this evening.
Are there any questions for General Manager Thibault this evening? Seeing none, I have one. I know that they've opened up the former Paletta lands south of the orchard and will be building homes in there. And we had conversation a few months ago that you felt there wouldn't be critical mass to build a school, but that it would help to support the schools in the orchard. I also see that some of the schools in the orchard are listed on the report for community partnerships. What timeline would you think that there will be? Like, is it like a 10-year timeline before the community south of the orchard would be needing to use facilities in the orchard? And you know, just general sense of that. Thanks.
Through Manager to you, and that's a great question. To your point, I'm not sure we will have to your point, the critical mass, but we have identified a school site within the former the Paletta lands or the Brawny Meadows secondary plan area, because it is a large area. There is a lot of growth there. So it's certainly something we can look at that time and place when, you know, it'd be better to have a school community within there, more contained. But that might result in other domino effects to those other facilities. So in the interim, I think usually we look at things over the next 5 years. Is there a sustainable partnership that we could implement there? And there is quite a bit of space in those two facilities. So even with, depending on how things work out, I think, you know, we would be looking to use up all the space, but there's certainly some opportunities. And if the space is needed, again, we'll make it in the agreements that we can shift them elsewhere or figure something out at that point in time. But for the time being, until we have some certainty around that and that moves forward, it's good to see if there's any community partners that could benefit from our space. And that's why they remain on the list for the time being.
Thank you very much. And now I see two speakers on the speakers list. Trustee Gray.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question. Where does before and after school programs fit? They're not considered partnerships with us?
Through Manager, another good question. Historically, we did have them as part of that, so we have more of a license agreement with them in terms of how we designate space for them when they're needed. So it's more through the permitting system that we do it. So it's not necessarily dedicated space that belongs just to them. They just permit it based on an hourly basis. And then we just have an agreement on how they are to operate, because that can fluctuate year over year depending on demands. So it's a little bit different. So they're utilizing the same space that we have. So there's not really a dedicated partnership where these are more, this space will be operated by you for the long term, or predominantly by you. So they're slightly different. That's why we removed them as part of this list.
Thank you. Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I've just got a quick question because I'm wondering, last time around, there were schools on this list that are no longer there. So there were other schools that had openings. So does that lead us to believe that those schools are filling up, don't have that surplus space anymore? Or how do we take schools off the list of unused spaces or put them on?
Through Madam Chair, that would be instances where we're proposing a bound review or we're taking a closer look at them and we don't see there being as much of an opportunity. So we were a little bit more stringent on the ones that we've identified this year. And I think we're just looking at it as realistically, is this a really good candidate? Because it's hard enough to find good spaces. So I think it's just managing expectations. And to be frank, we haven't had a lot of uptake on a lot of these. We get like a little bit of interest here and there, but predominantly I think people are really captivated on the new capital priorities list, especially with our daycare providers or other municipal partners, to know what's down the stream, because coordination on those projects are very challenging at times. So yeah, we're just being a little bit more realistic, and we're narrowing down the list, being like, these are ones that, you know, have a better, larger, massive space and are not going to be part of a bound review, which we might be looking at addressing.
Okay, thank you. And then again, so when you have these spaces available, what do we do to try, I don't know if you're enticed, like how do we try to bring those community partners in? Like, do we advertise, do we encourage, or is it just we have this space and there it is if somebody's interested? But like you're saying right now, there's not a lot of uptake, there's not a lot of interest, but how would the interest come?
So our main source of outreach is really with our local municipalities. Like, those are the ones we're really trying to target. And a lot of times they'll have a lot of those connections as well. If there's ever been any previous interest expressed in space, like, we add those individuals to the list. If we know of any community partners we've had dealings with in the past, we advertise them too with this annual meeting. A lot of it is word of mouth. We haven't really gotten into the whole going back into the newspapers and doing all of that advertisement. I just don't think it'd be as effective. We can certainly explore with communications if there's other way to better engage and release it. And I think that there's definitely going to be some opportunities too with the LTAP. And as we move more towards an online forum, that this could also be another, they are very well tied together. So I think it's another jumping off point where we can maybe make it more available. And again, I encourage you, if you have community partners or individuals that you know of that are looking for space that are on a cost recovery basis, again, it's just point them towards this direction. So if people are interested, we keep them on the list and we keep them informed.
All right, thanks.
And our final speaker, Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm wondering, are any of these spaces in any of the schools of interest or feasible as childcare spaces?
Through Madam Chair, it's Vice Chair Oliver. A lot of times we'll present these to, all the childcare partners will be aware of these spaces. A lot of times they're really focusing on the growth areas, especially given that there's a lot of limited spaces, especially with the CWELC funding. So it's not always available for them to add in more spaces. So I'd say for the most part, most interest has been expressed in those areas. And the other challenge we have too is that the Ministry of Education isn't really funding standalone childcare projects. So anybody seeking to enter into an existing school space would almost have to do it like self-fund it. So the region would have to self-fund it, or the partner would have to self-fund it, which, given the specialty spaces that they are, that could be very expensive. So again, that's a little bit more of a challenge. Maybe once the ministry reopens standalone childcare spaces as a capital priorities project, maybe we'll see a resurgence of interest. But until then, I'm reluctant to think that it's going to happen anytime soon because of the upfront investment. Because we're not funding it; it would have to be them. And if the ministry is not funding it, like, these are very expensive spaces, which is part and parcel why the ministry has stopped doing standalones or major retrofits.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I am going to call the vote. Please cast your votes. And that is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much. That motion passes. Thank you, General Manager Gibault. Moving on to our next item, amendment to Trustee Expenses Governance Procedure, Report 25035, submitted by the Policy, Bylaw, and Governance Standing Committee. Trustee Bryden, I will be asking you to move this motion once I have it on my screen. There we go. That the Board of Trustees approve the attached Trustee Expenses Governance Procedure to comply with Board Motion M25-013. Trustee Bryden, would you move this motion?
I would.
Trustee Rocha, would you second this motion?
I would.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will go to voting. Please cast your votes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously as well. The next item is Response to Tariffs, Report 25036, submitted by the Financial Advocacy Standing Committee, and I'll read the motion. Be it resolved that the Chair of the Board of Trustees write a letter to the Government of Ontario drawing attention to the funding school boards will need to ensure the American tariffs do not negatively impact student achievement and well-being, and that this letter be circulated to all MPPs, all school boards in Ontario, and all school board associations in Ontario. And that the Fair Funding for HDSB webpage be updated to inform the public of the challenges and impacts to supports for student learning, including the impact to the board's budget as a result of the tariffs, and that all policies and procedures related to procurement of goods and services be reviewed to ensure an emphasis has been placed on prioritizing the use of Canadian vendors, and that the Halton District School Board give preference to Canadian vendors listed on the vendors of record lists provided by the Government of Ontario, example, Supply Ontario, or other Ontario collaborative procurement agencies used in the education sector. Trustee Gray, would you move this motion?
Yes, I would.
Trustee Amos, would you second this motion?
Yes, I would.
As Superintendent Nagoya and her team have been integral in the writing of this report, and as she is the HDSB's foremost subject matter expert on financial and budgetary matters, I will ask her to speak to this report. Then I will ask the Financial Advocacy Standing Committee Chair, Vice Chair Oliver, for her remarks. Please go ahead, Superintendent Nagoya.
Thank you, and for the Chair to all trustees. We do have some work ahead of us, I think, in terms of working with the ministry and our provincial partners, just to try to understand what the impact of the tariff war might be on our education sector, on the funding model. As you know, in the past, a lot of our allocations for non-staffing areas have not changed since 2008, so we already have compression when it comes to inflation. So when we have certain raw materials that get applied tariffs when they get exported, and then we import certain equipment back or construction materials, it's hard to say what the full impact would be, but we are concerned that this will have an implication on some of our goods and services that we count on in the budget for the next year. And when we started this budget planning in December, we were cautiously optimistic that we can make it work with some minor reallocation of resources, reductions. I'm not sure if that's still the case. So certainly appreciate working with the Fair Funding, the Financial Advocacy Standing Committee in providing some information, in trying to have a more open communication in terms of what this may mean, both in terms of impact on the school boards and potential funding for the coming year. I know that in this report, there's also some work that we can certainly do in terms of looking at our vendors, making sure we use Canadian vendors as preferred vendors. We do a lot of that work currently, but we will be taking some more diligent review of our procedures to ensure that they're more aligned. The province is also looking to review the use of vendors and preference for Canadian vendors. So we do expect to receive some additional information, but perhaps restrictions or changes to the vendor of record list. So we don't have a lot of information at this point, but I know provincially there's also been some work on this. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Oliver, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Nothing really to add, but just to summarize that, certainly this sentiment has been expressed across Ontario and Canada. We're not the first to show our support for it, but I think it is important to show our support that HDSB is concerned with the impact that these tariffs will inadvertently have on our school board and our budget. It may result in having to shift money from classroom and student supports and resources to be able to finance some of these implications of the tariffs. And, fully realizing that the government of Ontario and Canada is looking at this, but we want to remind our leaders that publicly funded institutions are also going to be impacted, and that includes public education, and that's why we feel important to write this letter and stand behind it. Staff will be asked to review all their policies, and that will help to ensure that we're, as much as we can, we will be supporting Canadian vendors and Canadian resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions regarding this motion? Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Through the chair, in reading the motion indicates that the chair write a letter to the government of Ontario. For clarification, are we writing the letter, or is the chair writing a letter and addressing it to the premier of the province, or is the letter being addressed to the Minister of Education? And then I'll already ask my second question, because it's regarding the third section of the motion. It also says that all policies and procedures related to procurement of goods and services will be reviewed. Who is going to be tasked with that? And is there a due date for that to be reviewed? Is there one expected? So those are my two questions.
Vice Chair Oliver, would you like to address the first question?
Sure, thank you. The letter will be addressed to the Premier of Ontario and Minister of Education, and will be CC'd to all of our local MPPs. Thank you.
And for the second part of the question, I think Superintendent Ngoy touched upon that, but I'll let her answer that one.
Certainly would be happy to do a first review. In particular, the one that would be the first one is the procurement AP, and that procurement AP has a number of related policies and procedures that we'll have a look at as well. And we can certainly bring him back to the policy committee as well.
Would you happen to have a timeline that you think you could do that by?
The plan was to do it in the next couple of months so that we can sort of tie it up before the end of June.
Thank you. Does that provide the answer you were looking for? Thank you. Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. In Superintendent Ngoy's remarks, she indicated that our budgetary pathway is potentially not as strong a position as it appeared to be in a few months ago, and that may be connected to some of the cost increases we are seeing in the wake of threats and actualities of imposed tariffs. Could I ask for a little bit more indication of where we have seen those costs arising and what signals we are getting, and the knock-on effect of that is how does that impact the way we potentially advocate with the provincial government?
And for the chair, to Trustee Bryden, thank you for the question. So we're in the process of going through our operating side of the non-salary side of the budget, and we, as you can imagine, a lot of that is tied down in contracts or renewal of contracts of licenses and things like that. So through those discussions, we have seen, in particular, technology and licenses for those that are U.S. based, have the renewals have come with a lot higher increases than we expect, and they may not be directly related to tariffs. They may not be imposed, but I think it's a lot of it is the uncertainty. It's indirectly related, so we've seen a lot of that. We are also looking at concerns from bus operators in replacing school buses, which are procured from the states, from my understanding. The construction materials, a lot of those, or equipment, HVAC, is procured from the states. So everybody's a bit in a holding pattern to see what would be some of the costs to bring those in through the year before they can actually commit to what the implications would be. We're pretty early stage, and because there's so much flip-flopping there, it's very difficult to gauge. But we've seen a bit of rise in what the typical renewals would be in a lot of our contracts, even if they're not directly related to the tariffs. It's just the uncertainty of the market. I really couldn't say exactly, but it's very concerning what we're starting to see.
Follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Understanding that we are still early days, and focusing more on the bus sector where you're looking at imports of physical goods from the U.S., in your perspective, are we facing a bigger impact from the process you described where items exported from Canada are facing a tariff inflated and then imported back in, or from the potential retaliatory Canadian tariffs? If the latter, how does that influence our messaging, given that the federal government will be collecting those tariffs and will be sitting on some pool of resource that we may want to advocate for its usage in transfers to the province and onto school boards?
Through the chair, that is an excellent point, and I think that is part of those discussions in terms of funding coming back to the sector, to the public sector in general as well. I would say the impact is on both sides. So if there's tariffs involved, we all pay more. So certainly the retaliatory tariffs will have an impact. I couldn't tell you exactly what that would be for our school board. Because there's a market component, as you know, and uncertainty. There's a lot of other factors that will factor in terms of what we end up paying. But you do have an excellent point, Trustee Bryden, in terms of, for the government, this is an extra source of revenue, and how will that be distributed? It certainly should be part of that conversation, that funding has to be adjusted and potentially use that stream of revenue to give back to support the sectors and businesses, etc. So I'm not sure exactly what the plan is for the government to do something like that, but certainly should be our platform.
Thank you very much. That was a great question, Trustee Bryden. Seeing no other speakers, we are going to move to vote. Please cast your ballots. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We will now move on to Section 6, Communication to the Board, and items for information. 6.1.1 Interim Operating and Capital Financial Report, September 1, 2024 to February 28, 2025. Report 25037 submitted by Superintendent Ngoy. Superintendent Ngoy, would you like to speak to this report, please?
Thank you. And this is a great segue from the prior item, I would say. So this report is a point in time, so it's up to date as of February 28th for the current year. So the current year in absence of the economic uncertainty that we're looking at for the future. We are, I would say, on track in terms of where we expect to be from a budget perspective. Tariffs or impact of tariffs have not been factored in for this current year. As I mentioned previously, a lot of our costs are contractual and they're already sort of settled for this year. I'm not concerned that will have a significant impact for the current year end. I think that we're on target to finish the year in accordance with the approved budget. So from that perspective, I think we do have, we are on track. The concern certainly is for planning for next year, where we might have to shift gears a little bit, or strategy in terms of how we may capture all that information in light of not knowing what the core education funding is. It's expected to be delayed. So we do have a lot of uncertainty in looking at next year. But for the current year, I assume that we'll be on track.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions for Superintendent Ngoy? Seeing none, it looks like your report, as always, was clear and concise. Thank you so much. And we will move on to our next item, 6.1.2, HDSB Graduation Coach Program, Report 25038, submitted by the Human Rights, Equity, and Inclusive Education Department. Superintendent Petco, would you like to speak to this report and introduce your guest speaker? Whenever you're ready, Superintendent Petco.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Chair Collard. Through you, Chair Collard. We are here today to share with you a report on the Graduation Coach for Black Students, really Graduation Coach Program. Before we do that, though, what I wanted to say is that we are very aware that we have a duty and a responsibility to ensure the right that every student, that all students have an education that is free from discrimination, hate, bias, and stereotyping, all those experiences that deter a student's or student body's experiences for positive outcomes at school. So much so that the government of Ontario most recently released a report last Thursday, the Human Rights Commission, on anti-Black racism strategies and tools that can combat anti-Black racism in our education system. Because we know that anti-Black racism, as defined by the government of Ontario as prejudices, stereotyping, attitudes, beliefs, and discrimination towards people of African descent and rooted in their historical experiences that include enslavement and its legacy, remains deeply entrenched in educational institutions. So that obligation, and I call it both legal imperative and moral imperative, drives us to the work that we do. And so in alignment with the multi-year strategic plan, in alignment with our Halton District School Board Equity and Inclusion policy, in alignment with our way forward, in alignment with the Human Rights Code, and all we do to uphold it. We went into a 4-year agreement with the Ontario's Ministry of Education's funded graduation coach program for Black students, which comes to an end at the end of August. We also valued it so much that we expanded the roles that we were funded for to add an additional grad coach. And also, what's unique is that Halton District School Board has a grad coach for supporting 2S and LGBTQ plus identifying students in our board. And so where we are now is because we've come to the end of that 4-year term, we wanted to share with you really what we have implemented, what the impact has been, and how we urge the system to continue to support these kinds of programs so that we can meet our obligations as duty holders of the work that needs to be done. And with me today is System Principal Shalita Walker, and I've invited her today because we all know that a strategy and a tool is only as good as it is implemented. And that implementation can only be done through those who are highly committed, who have knowledge, who do this with humility and compassion and great dignity. And that's why I brought System Principal Shalita Walker here. And because she needs to speak to it, because she's the one that's been leading this work in the schools. So I'm going to turn it over to her right now, and you can add the details and anything that you would like to add.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure you have the report in front of you, and so for those of you who've had an opportunity to comb through it, it does highlight the history of the origins of the graduation coach program to the Halton District School Board. But I'd like to really speak to the phenomenal impact it has had in its short time here. Most importantly, I can draw on just recently this year, we added 4 more schools. It started with 4 schools. We've added 4 schools this year. And we have seen, as we did with the first 4, a tremendous amount of impact on the students who attend the program. The impact that they have, as noted in the report, is really about their sense of belonging. Unique to the Halton District School Board is that our Black students are not failing school from the perspective of they're lacking knowledge, lacking skills, lacking ability. They're failing schools because of their lack of sense of belonging. They're walking into schools where they do not see themselves either in the representation of the staff in front of them. They are sometimes, through their stories, the only one in a class. They have navigated anti-Black racism, whether it's through anti-Black language or low expectations or being deterred from higher and post-secondary opportunities. And so as one grade 9 student said to us in the very first year that we had the program, they said, by the time you get through high school, you're so defeated. By the time you get through elementary school, you're so defeated, you don't even bother anymore. What we've noticed with grad coaches coming into the board, into the schools, is that they've actually been a conduit for administrators and for staff, where the voices of the students who feel very safe and vulnerable to share their experiences through the grad coaches, share with them the realities of what is actually happening in classrooms, what is actually happening in halls, and the ways in which their experiences are very, very different than the voices that we often hear from other students. And so that's been a real eye-opening for both staff and administrators as well. We have regularly requests for grad coaches to support. We have schools that recognize that their student population, their staff population are not reflective of the students within their board, and have also shared how much they recognize that they are coming with a very large deficit in their understanding of what anti-Black racism is and the ways in which they are able to adjust their pedagogical practices to make that shift. As a result, through the program, we've provided a variety of different learning opportunities, engaging external contractors as well as the Human Rights Equity Department's instructional program leads to speak to these different kinds of pedagogical practices that are specific in servicing and supporting and are aligned with the ministry as well as the Halton District School Board's key objectives, specifically around using culturally relevant and responsive pedagogical strategies and approaches. We've worked in tandem with and in collaboration with, for example, the Secondary School Programs Department, with the Indigenous Rights Department, with mental health support, social services, etc., both internally and external to the board, to have this, to be able to provide a full, wholesome support for students. And we are seeing a phenomenal, through qualitative data, a phenomenal response by students and staff and administrators alike. We find that this program is leading and cutting edge and really allows us to target and be responsive to students' needs in timely manners.
Thank you, Shalita. And we're open to taking questions at this time.
Thank you so much, both of you, Superintendent Petco and System Principal Walker. Really heartfelt words. Thank you. And we do have a few questions. Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for that presentation and report. I was just wondering, and I apologize if I missed it, if you have quantitative data. I'm just noting that according to the census report, Black secondary students are 1.6 times less likely to be on track to graduate. So I was just wondering, 4 years in, what statistics are you seeing around that parameter now? Thank you.
So we've been focused specifically on the qualitative data. So reminding that the census data showcases students across the board, whereas a grad coach program specifically for the last 3.5 years have been specific to 4 high schools. And so now we have 4 other high schools. So the data has been more qualitative and not representative of the full cohort that has been collected through the census data, but certainly the focus groups that have been conducted this year and through the qualitative data that we've collected through student voice in previous years align with the experiences that we know when students don't have a sense of belonging in school, they don't perform well.
And if I may add, through you, Chair, to Trustee Baxter, we cannot deny the power of qualitative data when we are talking about well-being, when we're talking about authentic belonging and stimulating engagement. And so what I offer to you, a little piece of, I would call it quantitative data, is upon implementation of the program at one of our high schools, it was reported by staff and recorded through attendance that there was an increase in attendance at school and re-engagement. We see that as re-engagement when we see attendance going back up for those students who are identified as not showing up at school. And I say that metaphorically, showing up meaning physically showing up, but also showing up in classrooms through deep dialogue and engagement and wanting to be there. So that's just a little bit. But we feel that the qualitative data absolutely points to the fact that we are increasing engagement, and we hear it directly from students. We have quotes that say, "I didn't know that I could go to university." When you hear that, hopefully that shows you the impact that's made.
Is there a follow-up? Thank you. Trustee Bryden?
Thank you. That speaks to one aspect of the questions I wanted to ask. Let's take a small step back and ask about the future of this program. If the ministry funding is coming to an end at the end of August, what decisions sit before the board in this coming budget year about the continuation of this program?
Through you, Chair, to Trustee Bryden. I want to start by saying that after I say anything here, I have to defer to Superintendent Nagoy. I say that a little facetiously because we ask, we give our wishes, and then together as a board we decide where our priorities are. I would stress that we hope that the funding will continue. As I understand, there will be, we may hear news that the funding will continue. I can't speak to that. But if it doesn't continue for any reason, we do hope that there will be support to continue this in some other way. And I don't know at this point if, Director Ennis, should I turn it over to Superintendent Nagoy to perhaps comment on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Certainly without the funding, it is difficult to know what the commitment would be, but I would be surprised if there's no continuation of recognition that this program and those resources are very beneficial to our systems across the province, not just for our board. So at this point in time, we do have 2 permanent coaches, which are part of our base, so that we made that decision and commitment in the prior years. We do, however, have 1 graduation coach for Black students and 1 for 2S LGBTQ+, that are on a temporary basis. And those are the ones that are funded every year for the last couple of years from surplus. So those are part of budget discussions, and they'll come forward to trustees, hopefully when we have a bit more information about the revenue side of our budget as well.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Trustee Ho.
Through the chair, I wanted to personally express many thanks for your presentation. As a student and noticing many of my peers struggling with the same sense of lack of belonging that you were indicating, I definitely believe that this program would be helpful for so many students in finding that support and confidence to defy barriers and increase the success they see at school. I just had a few questions regarding how the students became aware of the presence of grad coaches when they were implemented at the school, and also what the relationship was between the coach and the student.
Thank you so very much, through the chair, to Trustee Ho. It brings a smile to my face to answer that question, because the first time the coaches came in, and they started in 4 schools, Halton District School Board, CK, MM, and Hayden. And the first time, nobody came. They had not, most students were not accustomed to gathering together. And often being the one and only, their friends were very diverse, and so they didn't know if they could. They didn't know if they'd get in trouble if they could. They didn't know what was going to happen in that space. It quickly turned in literally 3-4 weeks. We saw, for example, MM Robinson has had to change their location 3 times, from a tiny small space to a full classroom to accommodate the number of students that have come. We now know with the 4 additional schools, the other schools have branched out to say they miss their coaches. They're vulnerable. We are now in elementary schools supporting and helping there. We help and support students in the HOPES program. We help and support students who are coming new to Canada and just learning to navigate the system. There is immense joy in those spaces, and it brings me a smile to my face for you to ask that question, because I'm thinking and visualizing all the students and the ways in which those spaces are just bubbling with excitement and engagement and true joy. So thank you so very much for asking that question.
Thank you very much. And we have one more question from Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. I'm trying to bridge some of these pieces, and I'm not quite there yet in how we stitch together the qualitative data that we have, the quantitative data that we have, the fact that this has been in about a quarter, a fifth of our high schools, and only recently expanded beyond that. And so what we might see in the aggregate data, given that our Black students represent about 3% of our high school students, given the student census is going to be small thus far, and ask, how do we wrap our brains around, I'm drawing in particularly in the executive summary of the Dreams Delayed report that just came out. One of the things they say is, it is essential that duty holders shift from process-focused to outcome-focused accountability with committed leadership. And so what are the outcomes that we need to be looking at and being able to say, yes, we have achieved these outcomes, no, we have not achieved these outcomes, or we have partially achieved these outcomes, and here are the ways that we need to change to do better.
Thank you, Trustee Bryden. Through you, Chair, to Trustee Bryden. I want you to know, too, that Rosanna Bisceglia, Dr. Rosanna Bisceglia in research, we work very closely together. So there is quantitative data that is being looked at. Absolutely. Credit accumulation, OSSLT, what else? Pathway selection, graduation rates. They will all be tracked, and we will perhaps at a later time have more data for you. What I ask, or what I share with you, is that when we started this program, we were developing it. It was almost like flying the plane. We were flying the plane while we were designing it, because we really wanted to make sure we hear student voice, and that the program wasn't a cookie cutter program that we took and just applied it. We wanted to really hear from students and families and ask, what is it that you want from this? So that took a couple of years to get to that place where we really felt like we were answering to the voice of students. And when we got there, sometimes the pathway that you think you're going to take looks differently from how you got there. And so, now that we know how impactful the program is and what it is that we need to do to get there, we will now be able to collect more quantitative data. And I'm sorry that I don't have that with us today, but trust me, we do know how powerful that is. But I reiterate the fact that when we talk about students, and if you were to talk to our grad coaches who are actually right in front of students, it's hard to quantify how a student feels when they see another caring adult that shares their identity or intersectional identities and is able to say, finally. I mean, the comments are, I've never had a Black teacher, I've never had a caring Black adult that understands what I'm going through. How do you quantify that as 10 times, I had a connection with the student? It's about the quote. It's about the words. It's about the experience. So yes, both are important, but right now what we have for you is qualitative data, and we have tons of student quotes. We have tons of evidence of how students felt like they had opportunities open to them, where they felt that it wasn't even a pathway they could consider. And that doesn't always translate to a graduation rate, because maybe the student, maybe their ambition and maybe their goal wasn't to graduate high school. Maybe it was something else, but that's okay too, because we do not say to students, there's only one pathway for your identity or one pathway for your capabilities and abilities. I know that was really lengthy in response, but I had to put it out there. And yes, System Principal Walker would like to add, if that's okay.
I also think that what we should be looking at, and when we think about measurements, is not just the students themselves from a graduation point of view, but the capacity that school staff have to meet the needs of students. So we look at things like suspension expulsion rates. We look at the number of incidences of students being called the N-word, for example, or anti-Black language. We look at the ways in which staff are equipped to be able to provide culturally relevant and responsive pedagogical practices, and the ways in which we see students represented across those graduation stages. We know that our current data, so for example, if we look at the number of students that are in the gifted program or are even selected for gifted program, it's I think within the province, 3% of Black students are in gifted programs. When we think, so the data that we have here is a reflection of the data that's across the province, and that has been historical in nature. And so the qualitative data and the quantitative data show both a need, but yet also the growth that we're on a path to achieve. So I think it's important to look at both measures, but I also think it's important to not just look at the students, but to look at the capacity and the way in which the system is also responsive to and relationships with parent and community as well. So how many, what are the number of calls or that we have towards human rights, advocate groups that are reaching out, what are those relationships like? All of those pieces as well are measurable and important to support the program and the value of the program.
Thank you, and I will just note that I missed it on the first read, that the attachment that you put in at the bottom of this report does contain some of that quantitative data, and that the highest number of strongly agree responses was to increase desire to go to school, which completely backs up what you were saying about attendance.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I just have to say, I feel that this is like a ripple effect. The grad coaches are in the school, the staff learn from the grad coaches, and they pass it along. You know, it's not just the grad coaches, it's the reach of the grad coaches and what they're able to impart, just almost through osmosis, because people see how they are with the kids and they learn, right? I also look up at this wall and I see human rights, equity, and inclusion. And as trustees, we have a duty to ensure that the multi-year strategic plan is properly funded. So as much as we may not get the same amount of money that we have had in the past, I'm sure that this work will continue. Thank you very much. We are now up to the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Collard, and good evening once again. It is with profound sadness that we share the news of the passing of Chloe Fallis, a grade 5 student who attended Abbey Lane Public School and Brookdale Public School. Chloe had a heart of gold. She was full of energy and light and always put others before herself. She will be deeply missed and fondly remembered by everyone that knew her. Our thoughts are with Chloe's family and friends in the entire Brookdale and Abbey Lane school communities. If you would be so kind to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. As always, we have a number of great news stories to share about our students and what's happening within the Halton District School Board. The Halton Skills Competition that many of you had the opportunity to attend, where we had elementary and secondary students participating in problem solving and displaying their technical talents. We're so proud of all the students, and we're particularly proud of all the students that are going forward to represent the Halton District School Boards at the Ontario Provincial Competition, May 5th in Toronto. We wish them well on their journey. We know that they're going to represent us well and make us proud. So congratulations to all our schools that are moving forward. The HDSB Pathway Planning, Funding Your Future with Sheridan, which has been indeed a popular program and with high demand. Students and families attended this session at Sheridan College to learn about the cost of each post-secondary pathway, college and university, budgeting tips and sources of funding that students and families can have access to offset these costs. And certainly we have seen over the years that this program is in high demand and families can't get enough of it. So I want to thank all those involved in supporting our families to engage in post-secondary pathways. The HDSB mental health and well-being teams, I want to say thanks to Superintendent Dean Barnes and his entire team, because they are always putting mental health and well-being sessions on for our students and our families. And we have more upcoming, so we encourage you to learn more about this on our website. This continues to support the need that we know is there. It is part of our multi-year strategic plan as we continue to focus on supporting our students in this regard. The directors panel, strengthening schools through kindness, connection, and community. Indeed, this is a commitment that resonates deeply across the system. Chair Collard will be joining me along with our guest speakers that we have coming on Monday, April the 7th. And I encourage as many as can join in or to tune in to see how we can engage in a conversation of spreading kindness, connection, and community throughout the HDSB. I believe that this has the potential to further cement the humanity and connectedness that we all share. So I encourage you to join us. I won't mention HLF again, seeing that Mark Clare was here, but just say how excited we are to continue to partner with them to support our students. Earth Month and the NYSP Environmental and Global Citizenship Commitment. As we enter Earth Month, we are so excited to celebrate in a number of events. Starting tomorrow, we have the Climate Action Youth Forum for Environmental and Global Citizenship at New Street Education Center. We're going to have hundreds of students there engaging in workshops of various kinds. And we also have on April the 15th, Beyond Earth Month, Building a School Culture of Sustainability, which Superintendent Godet and Superintendent Flahat have been key in working with our staff members to make sure that this particular commitment in our multi-year strategic plan continues to be a focus and implemented right across the system. Hot off the press and did not make our director's report is the fact that 5 of our Halton District School Board teams have made their way to the first Ontario Provincial Championships in FIRST Robotics. And we want to say congratulations to the school students of Garth Webb, Oakville Trafalgar, Burlington Central, and Aldershot for representing the Halton District School Board on a provincial level, and I know many of them will go on to represent us on a national level. This highlights the commitment that we have to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that continues to live alive and well in our schools. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of the volunteers and the teachers and staff members who put in countless hours, I mean literally countless hours. We could not pay them for the amount of time and dedication they put towards this to support our students. And so we say congratulations to you in supporting this journey for our students. This brings me to my final item this evening. Indeed, it is a bittersweet moment for us here at the board. After 33 distinguished years dedicated to public education and the past 19 years with the Halton District School Board, our Associate Director, Tina Salmini, has announced her retirement. As a leader, Tina has left a lasting impact on the HDSB. She is creating a culture centered around collaboration, connection, respect, and mentorship. Known by her colleagues for her insightful humility, integrity, and her sense of humor. Tina is a remarkable and respected leader who consistently puts the needs of others before her own, always willing to listen, offer support, and develop solutions. Her expertise and guidance have been integral in setting the direction of the HDSB through the development of the operational plan and most recently, the creation and implementation of the multi-year strategic plan. Tina's leadership is rooted in kindness and compassion, and her encouragement has shaped confident and empathetic leaders. By modeling the commitments of the multi-year strategic plan, particularly our commitment to kindness, connection, and community, she has so profoundly impacted the senior team, inspiring them to embrace and bring the commitments to life through meaningful actions. We wish Tina all the very best in her retirement and express our heartfelt gratitude for her guidance, her friendship, and her commitment to the Halton District School Board students, staff, and families. While her absence will be deeply felt, the enduring impact of her leadership, kindness, and friendship will continue to inspire and shape the HDSB for years to come. Please join me in congratulating Tina Salmini on a storied and fulfilling career.
Associate Director Salmini, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you very much, and hopefully I won't. I'm emotional and that I won't cry. But this is truly an honor, and thank you for the beautiful flowers, but Curtis for the beautiful words and tribute. And I'm truly humbled, and I want to say thank you for everything. I truly have been delighted and privileged to serve families and particularly students throughout my career, and I've loved my time here in Halton for the past 19 years, and I'm grateful to all of my colleagues, staff members, teams, mentors, to the trustees that I've worked with along the way, and in particular, I'd like to thank Curtis for giving me the opportunity this last 3 years to work alongside him in partnership. I've truly learned a lot and enjoyed the time and feel really privileged to have had the career that I've had. I'm looking forward to the next journey because I'm excited to have more time for family, for friends, for travel. And so I thank you all for this wonderful tribute, and there's still months to come for us to spend some time together. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Usually Curtis lets me go first, and now I'm thinking, yeah, he should have let me go first tonight because, boy, how do I follow that up? It's communications from the chair. Each month I've been highlighting one of the commitments in our multi-year strategic plan. It's ties to the Education Act and how the work of trustees supports it. This month I would like to highlight environmental and global citizenship. Section 0.12 of the Education Act specifies that the purpose of education is to provide students with the opportunity to realize their potential and develop into highly skilled, knowledgeable, caring citizens who contribute to their society. Trustees contribute to this commitment by encouraging student voice, providing mentorship to our student trustees, and actively participating in events such as Halton Skills competitions and Special Olympics. Our students have always been engaged in the global issues of our times, including the environment. Their commitment to a better, cleaner, and greener environment is unwavering. And in 2020, the student trustees authored a motion, which was passed unanimously by this board, for the first student-led climate emergency declaration. Tomorrow, hundreds of HDSB students will be participating in the Climate Action Youth Forum. And in May, the Halton Youth Leadership Symposium will be underway, providing opportunities for students to hear from inspiring speakers and engage in learning about honing their leadership skills. Trustees also have a responsibility for approving the annual budget under Section 2323 of the Education Act. And this must be aligned with the goals and priorities of the multi-year strategic plan. Our commitment to environmental and global citizenship must be reflected in our board's budget. Thank you. Now we will move on to committee updates. And under statutory committees, is there an update this month from the Parent Involvement Committee, Trustee Zhang?
Thank you, Chair. After February big conference, and we will continue the big meeting next week. So this month, we don't have much to update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the Special Education Advisory Committee, trustees Ahmed and Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, SEAC met last week, and we were pleased to welcome Tara Conley, a new member at large. She's filling a position that was vacated by Melissa Summer, who served on the committee until a change in employment resulted in her being ineligible to sit on the committee. So we're very grateful to Tara, who was interviewed in 2022 and shortlisted for a role, but unable to be accommodated. We're so grateful to have her on the committee now. I'll just highlight for trustees who may be interested, we had an excellent presentation from our Principal of Special Education, Conan Spruan, on the roles and responsibilities of educational assistants. So I would encourage any trustees interested to learn more about the role that educational assistants play in our board and how they are allocated to watch the meeting from last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Accessibility Committee, and back to Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, the committee, has not met since our last meeting, but I am looking forward to our next meeting at the beginning of May. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Environmental Leadership and Sustainability, Trustee Rocha.
Through you, Chair. The meeting that was scheduled for the month of March was canceled, so I do not have an update. But on the topic of environmental and global citizenship that you had mentioned, you did allude to the Climate Action Conference tomorrow. I don't have too many details because that's out of my scope, but if Superintendent Flahat would like to say a few words about the conference tomorrow so that everyone has a good sense of what students and staff can expect tomorrow.
Through the chair, I would be delighted to share. And tomorrow, our conference is bringing together students from 25 different schools, and we have a number of partners that are coming to do numerous workshops. This is the first time we're doing a conference for students grade 5 to grade 8. So usually we bring in the high school students, and we've done a lot for our high schools, and this is the first time we're getting a group together at New Street. The students will be engaging throughout the day workshops, and their teachers will be engaged in learning. There are 50 staff members that are been invited, and they'll be learning for the entire day. They'll be learning about how to incorporate the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into our curriculum and how we bring this back and make this alive in our schools. And the day, again, is going to be filled with learning and excitement for our students. And we have a number of educators that are also coming to engage with our partners as well. We got a grant from Climate Change Canada, Government of Canada, partnered with an organization called Learning for a Sustainable Future, which is an incredible partner of ours. And each school, for participating, will be given $200 to do an action project back at their school to make an impact. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Okay, I'm seeing no questions being on my display, so we will move on. Thank you very much. We will move on to the Human Rights Equity Advisory Committee, and that is also Trustees Ahmed and Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So, Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee met for the first time on March 25th, and Trustee Baxter and I gave an overview of the MISP to the attendees and also touched upon the HDSB's commitment to the MYSP. Not surprisingly, that most of the attendees were very happy and welcoming to our commitment to the inclusion and commitment to the kindness, connection, and community. And everybody had positive remarks to that. It was also noted that HDSB's commitment to upholding human rights runs through each of the 6 benchmarks that we have set in MYSP. There were some concerns raised about the disproportionate representation of students versus the staff, like as compared to the demographics of the students. Like, so that I'm bringing to the board for consideration. The next meeting date has not been set as yet, and I'll update the board when it happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ahmed. And the Mental Health Strategy Advisory Committee, Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This committee met on March 17th with the next meeting booked for April 7th. The committee members reviewed and discussed Have Your Say and student census data specific to the mental health and well-being aspects of the surveys, with the overall aim to identify 4 priority areas for the mental health team for the new mental health strategic plan, and to help shape initiatives that will support mental health and well-being commitment of our multi-year strategic plan. The director already alluded that there are some upcoming information sessions for parents and guardians. So I'll tell you that there is a session planned for April 8th at 6:30 to 7:30. It's about emotional validation, building positive relationships, and managing conflict. And the second session planned for Monday, April 14 at 6:30 to 7:30 is strengthening your relationship with your child, resource overview, relationships, and self-care. So for any families and staff interested in learning more or are participating or viewing these sessions, I encourage them to visit our Mental Health and Wellbeing Information Sessions webpage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to the OPSPA update, Trustees Gray and Daniele.
Thank you very much. I've got a series of dates that I'd just like to remind everyone about. That the Regional Central West meeting is taking place this Saturday, April 5, at the Hamilton Wentworth Board offices. Also, Labor Relations Conference, you can sign up for that now. That's happening in May, I think May 1, 2 in Toronto. Don't forget about the Take Your MPP to Work week coming up on the 20th to the 23rd of May. It's probably a good time right now to reach out to them and see if you can create a common time where you might be able to visit a school. And finally, I've got information here on the OPSPA AGM happening June 12 to 14. I believe you can register. No, you can. Registration hasn't opened yet for that, but it is coming soon. That's June 12 to 14. Donna, do you have other things to share?
I would just add a few things about the regional meeting on Saturday. The agenda has gone out, and I think it's going to be a very interesting agenda. We are going to, well, the first discussion item is to look at resources for the next municipal election. And one of the reasons we're doing this now is to be able to bring it back to Board of Directors in November, because they will need to get things in place before January 2026 in terms of the election. So input on that is going to be very much appreciated. And the other piece that I think we'll be talking about the ministry-directed professional learning. The ministry has come out with professional learning trustees must do for summer 2025. So we'll have more details on that. And then I think one of the big discussion items, it's one that I put on the agenda, I'm very curious about. I want to talk about how different boards have been, and I'm asking them what in the last 2 years, the first 2 years of your term, do you think has had the biggest impact? And what do you think will be the biggest challenge decision in the next 2 years of your term? So I think there's going to be a lot of really good discussions coming on Saturday, and I very much hope to see some of you there.
And I just said, that's just Saturday morning, is it not? The hours, Donna, or what again?
I am rigid. I found out we are the only region that only goes 9 to 12. Everybody else goes 9 to 2, so we might discuss that as well, but I like to give people their Saturdays back. So, it would be 9 to 12. There is a continental breakfast at 8:30, and there's a grab-and-go lunch available at noon as well.
Thank you very much. Do we have any trustee questions of clarification this evening? Do we have any trustee news this evening? Okay, we will now need a motion to go into private session. Trustee Gray, would you move a motion to go into committee of the whole private session respecting property matters?
Yes, I would.
Is not open to the public pursuant to Education Act 2072. Trustee Baxter, would you like to second this motion?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections to moving into private session? Seeing none, the motion is passed by unanimous consent, and we are now in private session. Vice Chair Oliver, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's take a 5-minute break. See everybody back at 7:50. Thank you.
We are now in public session. We are on to item 6.2, approval of business transacted in committee of the whole. Private session. Vice Chair Oliver, do we have any business from private session that requires approval?
We have 3 items.
Thank you. Would you please proceed?
Thank you. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from the Committee of the Whole Board private session respecting property matters, private session agenda item 4.1, and I so move.
Trustee Ahmed, would you second this motion? Is there any debate? Seeing none, please raise your hands. Thank you. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. The second motion?
Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from the Committee of the Whole Board private session respecting litigation matters, private session agenda item 4.3, and I so move.
Trustee Gray, would you second this motion?
Yes, I would.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. And any opposed? So that was not unanimous. The trustees voted in favor with the exception of Trustee Baxter, who voted against. And the third motion.
Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from the Committee of the Whole Board private session respecting negotiation matters, private session agenda item 4.3, and I so move.
Trustee Daniele, would you second this motion?
Yes, I will.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, please raise your hands if you are in favor. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. I just want to, before adjourning, I want to say that this evening in private session, Trustee Amos announced her intention to retire at the end of June. We are heartened to know that Kelly will be able to stay with us until we have completed an application process for her replacement, providing continuity of service to Oakville Wards 5 and 7. Notification about the application process will be made on Friday of this week. Kelly, we look forward to an opportunity to celebrate your over 20 years of service to the HDSB in June. We have now reached Section 7.0, adjournment, and as our agenda is exhausted,